Hello, everyone. Welcome to Courchevel, France, week one of the ISU 2022 Junior Grand Prix Series. I'm your host, Ted Barton, with my new teammate, Mark Hanreddy, a choreographer, ice dancer, and a star on Dancing on Ice. Welcome.
Thank you, Ted. I am so delighted to be here. I've been such a fan of what you have done for the Junior Grand Prix for so many years, and now just excited to see some amazing skating and watch these young athletes develop, not just as skaters, but as humans as well.
Well, it's going to be a great 7 weeks of competition. We start right here in week one with a women's short program, 32 women from 26 countries, and let's get started right now. Welcome, everyone, to the beautiful Courchevel, France. Just about 40 minutes up the mountain from Albertville, the host of the 1992 Winter Olympic Games. I'm Ted Barton, your host, along with Mark Hanreddy. Mark, this is so exciting to start this season out here in Courchevel.
Just is incredible, and we've been here for a couple of days now, and I'm still bowled over by the majestic setting that we find ourselves in, and such an amazing venue for these young athletes to perform in and open the Junior Grand Prix Series.
And there's that venue right underneath the drone here. We're live inside the arena now on one of our beauty shots, a new crew, and we're really excited for the next 7 weeks. We'll be traveling together in some cases we'll be remote. Lots of stories to tell and unfold as we cover 7 weeks of the Junior Grand Prix. There's a look at the judges for this event from all over the world, and they work so hard on their own careers to reach this international level. Experts in their field for sure, and a look at the technical panel as well.
And both the judges and the technical panel will have had to work through the off-season, learning some of the new rules and regulations that have been implemented by the different technical panels and officials for this upcoming season.
And a look here at the start order for this event. As I mentioned in the opening, 32 skaters from 26 countries, quite a range here. We're going to have a range of talent, of course, and of experiences, but that's what I love about the Junior Grand Prix.
It's been so fascinating to see the different athletes and their different approaches to this event. For some, looking to really cement their chances as junior world medal contenders, and some just embracing the opportunity to compete on this big stage.
It's one of the great aspects of the Junior Grand Prix. Skaters from around the globe, and we'll talk about this a little bit later in the broadcast, of course, that we have new countries joining the ISU, and it's so exciting to see the development. And you're going to see some of those skaters, and they're significantly less experienced than others, but still the courage that it takes to come out on international ice and perform at the best level that they can do, and we're certainly going to celebrate that.
It really is a celebration for our sport to see so many different skating nations being represented here, and as we said, there'll be a diversity within the standards offered, but the experience of competing at this level is huge for these young people, these young humans, and what a real memory for them all as they move through their lives. Some of them will be medal winners, some of them will remember this forever for different reasons.
Well, we've certainly seen, we've covered the Junior Grand Prix for about 8 years now. I think this is the 8th season actually, and we've seen a lot of these juniors move right up into seniors and succeed at the world and Olympic level, of course, and that's just sort of a great compliment to the ISU in developing this ISU Junior Grand Prix series. It's wonderful to see these athletes transition so quickly. And of course, we have a change in age. That's going to be a really interesting aspect of the sport as well.
Absolutely, and with that change in age requirement, which will be phased in by the International Skating Union, with athletes having to be 16 years old next year to go up to seniors, and then 17 years of age on July the 1st by 2024, that suggests that some of the athletes we're seeing now will be staying at this junior level for more seasons, and will be able to enjoy their development at this Junior Grand Prix stage.
Well, we only have seen junior athletes for 2 seasons and then move into seniors, in most cases, the top juniors move into seniors after 2 years at the age of 15. We'll see them now for 4 years, not next year, but the year after that. 4 years in juniors. We'll watch them grow, develop as skaters and as people, and that'll be really interesting. When they go into seniors at the age of 17, more mature, of course, we'll see a different type of performer.
Absolutely, and with that in mind, the athletes that we're getting to see, not just here in Courchevel, but in all of the Junior Grand Prix locations, could very well be the athletes that will be vying for medals at the 2026 Olympics in Milano Cortina, which is really exciting. It's so exciting for us to witness this early developmental stage.
Well, let's just touch briefly on some of the changes within the ISU rules. Of course, the big one was the program components. So I'm going to ask a lot from you as you're the expert choreographer on the panel. Expert everything, actually. So going from 5 components down to 3, interesting. Talk a little bit about the initiative of that.
Yeah, the International Skating Union and the various different officials involved decided that they needed to reduce the criteria that the judges had to input. So previously, the judging panel had to input 5 different component scores, and now, as you say, Ted, that has been reduced to 3, hopefully giving the judges more time to focus on those 3 specifics. So they'll be looking at the composition, the presentation, and the skating skills of these young athletes.
And you mentioned the criteria. There was 27 criteria in the old 5 components, cut down to 14 criteria, now into 3 components. I've talked to a number of judges who have judged this 3-component system throughout the summer, and they find it much easier to do, in fact, but they don't feel that it has deleted any of the quality of the judging process. So judges seem to be quite happy with that, and it's going to be interesting to track, see how it works.
And indeed, I think many hope that this change will allow both the skaters and the judges to reward different aspects of the components a little bit more. And it's interesting that previously, up to last season, this skating skills component score was the first that would be reviewed and judged by the judges, and now that has been placed last in priority. And so we're seeing the judges looking at the composition and the presentation, and then the skating skills in that order. And you'll hear us refer to the buzzwords for the criteria. So the judges will be looking for things like choreography reflecting the musical phrase and form, or more musical sensitivity and timing. And I think skating fans around the world will really appreciate us getting to enjoy a bit more of a musical sensitivity and timing in the performance of these athletes and what we'll see over this junior.
Well, more to come on that over the next 7 weeks. Is the start order for group number 1. But also there's been some technical changes. One particular one, but doesn't really apply so much on the juniors, that with mistakes, with falls, you will not be able to get an 8 or a 9 on the junior program component. So there's some specific criteria that happens. We'll talk further towards that as well, and some changes in the features.
Yeah, different level criteria now. So we'll be seeing, I wonder if we'll see it on this young athlete now performing her layback, different requirements for the levels, and now all of the athletes having to include various new criteria or different criteria that have to be included for the highest level, level 4, in their spin elements.
Well, much more to come on that over the next 7 weeks, and here we go.
So Sujong Yoon from Korea, huge responsibility for this young athlete. She will start the entire Junior Grand Prix series this year. She turned 14 just earlier this month, and we've seen some wondrous stuff in practice already.
A beautiful skater. Watched over the last few days, skating the short program. First out here to La Vie en Rose by Lady Gaga. Boy, you can see a little disappointment. Boy, what a tough start to the program.
Such a shame, and we've seen this athlete, as we said, in practice, and I had her tipped as a potential medalist. And that may still be the case, but obviously far from optimal start on that triple lutz at the beginning of the program.
And it looked like it took it just a little bit to get back into the program. That was a really awkward fall. We will see that in the replays. And you were wondering whether or not she was hurt. A little bit shaken up, of course, and sort of regathered her composure and then started to put the program back together. And you can see what a fine athlete she is, and coming back with a nice triple loop and double axel.
Absolutely, and real testament to the development of these skaters. Such a good learning opportunity to come back here as she did with the triple loop.
The triple loop there.
Dave, me lo stai aprendo tu?
And here you can see some of the depth of edge set that she used within the step sequence, working on multi-rotation. And this was great, actually, the layback at the end of the program, the difficult exit that she's using, one of the new mandatory criteria for the attempt to get level 4. You see her take that rocker, counter, and forward outside loop to try and get her level 4 layback.
But really a tough skate for this young woman, but yet lots of experience gained to come back from a very difficult, awkward fall off the top of the program.
Absolutely, and there's such depth of competition in Korea. At the last Junior World Championships, 2nd, 4th, and 5th place contestants were from Korea, so presumably some pressure on young Yoon from Korea to deliver here. She got her selection at this Junior Grand Prix based on a competition in South Korea late July, where she placed in 6th at that event. And hopefully we'll see her come back with the triple axels in the free skate that we saw in practice and really cement her position as one of Korea's definite contenders for that junior world team later.
All three spins in a level 4 and the step sequence a level 4 as well. Certainly quality is there overall. Just one big mistake at the top of the program. Let's take a look at the scores. There it is, 49.34, of course, the first skater out in this event.
Next to skate from Great Britain, Prix.
And the second skater to take the ice, Prix from Great Britain. She's the British Advanced Novice Champion here in her first Junior Grand Prix.
Skating to Smile by Michael Bublé.
That's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll see the life is still worthwhile if you just light up your face with gladness.
Well, looking just a little disappointed at the end of the program, Mark.
Yeah, a huge stage for Prix and massive opportunity, and I'm sure as you see her coach Emma running to greet her at the kiss and cry, will work hard to help her appreciate that although that won't have been the skate that she wanted, the opportunity to learn from this experience is massive. This, the opening double axel.
Just not all the way around. A little bit back on the heel, the double flip, double toe. That was nicely done. And double loop at the end of the program. It was in plan for a triple loop, but I think just downgraded that a little bit to stay a little bit safer there into the flying camo at the end of the program.
Yeah, her coaches had said to me, Ted, that there was a bit of a tactical decision to simplify. Instead of going for the triple toe, double toe combination, electing to do the double double, and just really to try to make this as positive an experience for Luena as possible. And hopefully moving forward, she, alongside coaches Emma, who we see on your screen, and Richard Beamish and Jane DeLange in Oxford, will make massive strides forwards with the inspiration. And great to see her now smiling in the kiss and cry.
Well, it's intimidating. We look through the list. Of course, many of these skaters first time out here. I mean, really, we have very few that have been 2 or 3 times on the Junior Grand Prix. So it's a brand new experience. Start of the season. They've just finished the training off the summer. So and high altitude. Okay, not making excuses. That's just the reality of it. A little nervous as juniors.
Absolutely, and I think as wondrous as the Junior Grand Prix YouTube channel is, seeing the skaters live is a whole different ball game. And as I say, the opportunity for growth and development is massive, and I'm sure Luena this week, as she processes, you can see her mentally, I'm sure, processing and reliving it.
Yeah, wanting to enjoy the moment, but also disappointed. And so, but this is what the stimulus is, to go back home and work harder to not let that happen again. And that's the value of experience.
And that's what I know her coaching team will do. Another wonderful factor for these athletes is the experience of being in this beautiful location, just as humans and as people, because to get the opportunity to come to this part of the world is quite special.
Well,
Yes,
it is indeed.
filled with pressure, but
Yeah, exactly. Well, you get sort of consumed by the beauty of this place, and you feel like you're on holiday, but then you got to go on the ice and perform, right? So it's conflicting. And let's take a look at the scores. Lorena Prix of Great Britain, 27.98. And that'll put Lorena Kirtley into second place.
27.98, which brings her currently in second place. Next Tuesday from Ecuador, Valentina Cueva.
another athlete competing at their first Junior Grand Prix, 17-year-old from Ecuador, Valentina Cueva.
First skater from Ecuador on the Junior Grand Prix. She'll perform this short here this afternoon to Feeling Good.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know
Well, Mark, the interesting thing about Valentina, we were looking through the bios a little earlier yesterday, and it was amazing because this young woman trains in Ecuador. It doesn't train in the United States or Canada, somewhere else in North America. Trains in Ecuador with limited hours, like I think 7 hours a week or something that we read. And so that's quite remarkable. Tremendous courage, come all the way this way to gain experience.
Absolutely, and as you say, so often we see skaters that have maybe changed nation, but Valentina training in Ecuador, and we've seen her in practice this week, and she has struggled with the jumping passes in practice as well. But nevertheless, such respect to her and her coaching team for coming here knowing that she was going to struggle with the likes of this double lutz combo, but presumably really utilizing this as an opportunity. As you see her step up into the double loop, that is reflective of how it might have been a little bit in practice. But on the positive side, she did have some musicality within the program, and this, like we keep saying, such an opportunity for growth and development.
Well, when she gets to watch all the skaters around, she's going to be a little tighter in the air for sure. You see little lack of confidence converting over into the rotation position in midair. Just speed up a little bit faster, but that'll come in time. A little loss of balance there near the end of the program. But, you know, lessons are learned not only from a coach, but from your competitors. Watch.
Hugely. And we have to hope and celebrate that she's here as an Ecuadorian skater, and look to see whether or not the knowledge and the experience and the wisdom that she will learn from being here at this event will then transcend and move forward to not only her training, as we hope to see her back on the international circuit again, improve from this experience, but perhaps then taking that as a coach onto the next generation of skaters that we hope will become abundant from Ecuador.
Yes, it's not just about the skaters, it's about building the community in a developing country, whether as a judge or as a coach. So this is the start of building something in Ecuador, real in the sport of figure skating. And it's always been challenging, but great to see her here and out on the ice.
Well, let's remember, I think Benyao, the Chinese pair skater who competed at the 80 Olympics, finished in last place by some country mile, and a couple of decades later was the leader of the pairs field and his own students, so who knows?
He was determined, didn't like that feeling, and didn't want to have that again. Decided to turn that country around, particularly in pair skating, and did just that.
Yeah, so great inspiration and motivation. Let's hope that story makes its way to Valentina and her coaching team as well.
Well, a number of the elements, there's 7 elements in the program, and there are 5 under review. Of course, you can see the under rotations. The judges have to, the technical panel has to take a look. Even if they were obvious that it's a downgrade, they have to take a look at that replay to ensure the accuracy of their call, which is exactly what they're doing.
And that too in itself is another opportunity, feedback from the technical panel, feedback from judges for Valentina, as we see her smiling and embracing this opportunity.
Finally discovered where the camera was.
Yeah. We're over here. And I'm sure Valentina will have known coming into this event what kind of standard that she could expect and what kind of score she could expect.
And we can see the panel in front of us. Of course, we get the readout of all the elements and the replays, how many times the judges are taking a look at the replays to ensure, or the technical panel, pardon me, to ensure the accuracy of that. They're taking a little bit longer. This is their first competition this summer as well on the international scene. And so, and many of them travel from around the world, just arrived last night. So it takes a little longer to get started. And here are the scores for Valentina. 15 points, and that will put Valentina currently into 3rd place.
Next to skate from Peru, Tanaka.
And the next athlete in this group, the only one of the 5 competitors in this group who has competed on the Junior Grand Prix circuit before, Sorami Tanaka from Peru.
Also from South America, skating the short program to El Condor Pasa. Well, that was a nice program, nicely done. Fought for all those elements, but landed them.
Absolutely, and as I said, Sarami has competed on the Junior Grand Prix circuit before, so she has a little bit of experience coping with the pressure on the stage. And actually, it was this time last year when she took to Instagram with a photo on her Instagram of a certain Ted Barton.
Oh, really?
That made it to her social media, so embracing all the opportunities that competing here offers.
Well, 34.50 is Sarami's best in Courchevel right here last season, 1 year ago. And you can see some smiles over there. Pretty good skate overall. You know, landing the elements, that's the job. You know, get those jumps done. There's lots of growth yet to come with all of these skaters. Here's the top of the program, and we'll take a look at this double axel. Hangs onto the landing right there, doesn't touch the ice, breaks forward a little bit, double loop, no problem. And here's some of the steps.
Yeah, and actually within this step, she used the knee slide and this new criteria that judges have a multi-dimensional movements and use of space. So played with that a little bit within the choreography of Sarami's program.
Now look at the combination spin at the end of the program. Change combination spin level 3, in fact, and here's the double Lutz. Double toe loop on a quarter in the system. Out of the 7 elements, 4 reviews. Here's the layback in a level 3, getting 3 of the features, not the required number 4. A little lost of balance there at the end, but overall, you know, pretty solid.
And Sarami, her sisters skate too. She has 2 younger sisters, and hopefully they'll be watching here, cheering on their elder sibling and supporting her as we see her with her coach, and also Cristina Mauri, an Italian coach, supporting the team here too.
Well, let's take a look at the scores for Sarami in the short program. 28.58, and that will put Sarami currently into second place.
Sarami has earned in the short program 28.58, which brings her currently in second place.
And there's a look at your top 4 on the leaderboard.
Next to skate from Ireland, Robin Foster.
And Robin Foster from Ireland, 3 Irish representatives in each of the disciplines here at Junior Grand Prix in Courchevel.
Skating the short to a time for us from the soundtrack of Romeo and Juliet.
And a good skate for the Irish junior champion, Robin Foster. She arrived here on Sunday. She's come with her family, traveled a long way from her training base in Coventry, where she works with Marina Serova, who herself was a former junior world medalist.
Did they not drive?
I think they did,
Yes.
yeah.
Something, 16 hours or 18 hours or something?
Yeah, they split up the drive, and wasn't she wonderful to hear how she was embracing that? She didn't complain at all about that journey.
Quite a journey, quite an experience. Let's take a look at some of the elements in this program. Here's the double axel right off the top. Watch the arms come back. Let's go through the free leg, a little bit on a lean, a little bit loose in the air. It has the feet underneath the landing, double flipped, down low on the knee, up into the double toe loop, no problem. And the double loop a little bit later hangs onto that landing. You want to stay off those toe picks, carry a little bit more flow on the landing. Beautiful camel spin here, change of edge from back inside, forward outside. And that change combination spin in the level 2, so missing 2 features. And there's just the end of the step sequence in at level 2 as well. Let's take a look at this layback spin here, Mark. Just 1 feature, level 1.
Yeah, going for the side to back feature. So you can see she changes her body position. And I think that was an attempt at the increase of speed, which is another of the new features that are required for level 4. One of the options the skaters are given. And there she's joined by Margaret O'Neill, who we'll see with some of the other Irish skaters later on.
And that increase of speed, we'll talk about that a little bit later. It's a little bit of a judgment thing because you're having to really watch how much is that speed. Has it been increased? Let's take a look at the scores here for Robin Foster, 33.03, and that'll put Robin currently in the 2nd place in the first group. Oh, there's a look at the standings so far after the first group. As the second group take to the ice for their warm-up. So some challenges are interesting. We had two skaters from South America. Now, when have you ever been able to say that? I have, in all my junior Grand Prix, never had 2 skaters from South America, I don't believe, in the same competition, let alone the same group.
And I just think that is such an amazing celebration for the sport. And whilst those skaters won't find themselves near the top of the leaderboard after this short program, for them, this experience is so different, and it really needs to be acknowledged and rewarded for our sport.
I do, give a lot of credit to the ISU is making an effort to include other federations. Of course, there's a requirement and procedures they have to go through to become a member of the ISU, but it's starting to grow. And although there's low numbers, and in some cases just 1 rink or not many rinks or coaches in those countries, there's a lot of work being done in South America right now. I know of that. I know the people that are doing the work, and they're doing an outstanding job of getting involvement. In fact, during COVID, they had a spin competition on spinners in the living rooms of the home. So they did this all online. It was unbelievable how many people were involved in this. And some of the spinning, even you with your flexibility, you'd be amazed what they could do on that spinner. So you'd have Chile and Ecuador, and Argentina, and Brazil, and all these countries were involved because they were starting to get skating. So this was a phenomenal initiated by the members of the ISU in South America, and for the growth on the part of the e-learning group as well with the ISU. Just spectacular, and I think that gained some interest and some enthusiasm in South America.
And we've got to acknowledge that it's harder to start something for some of the stronger athletes that we will see, not to dispute their greatness, but it's a little bit easier to follow in the footsteps of something when you're surrounded by it on a daily basis. But to have the vision to compete at this level requires a lot of due diligence, focus, and determination to even get to this stage.
Well, as we know, success breeds success. So when you're starting, you don't have success. So how do you breed success without it? So it takes time, it takes perseverance, but mostly it takes leadership and determination over a long period of time. And it's just great to see countries in South America getting involved in this beautiful sport.
And we want to hear from the viewers as well about how you can get involved. We'd love to hear from you. the International Skating Union's social media page is open for questions, and indeed we've already had some questions in some of the social media channels already. And the first question to you, Mr. Ted Barton.
No, not to me, because that print is so small I can't read it. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you excited while commentating and watching live?
Oh, I always am, but I'm really excited to have a co-host here. So, really, because the job of doing hosting or of commentating, particularly on juniors, is challenging from the perspective that you don't know a lot of this, because they don't come in with a history, so you can't talk about their past because there isn't one, or that we know of anyways. And so you really have to take a look at what you see in front of you. It doesn't matter what country they come from, how good they are, or how inexperienced they are. You talk about what you see, and you celebrate the courage that it takes to be here. And I just love working and talking about and following the juniors, because I remember what it was like. I remember how hard this sport is.
Yeah.
And when we watch the best, we get entertained. But when you do something that's that difficult, you understand how incredible it is. And I wasn't a particularly artistic skater, or even I was athletic, but wildly so. Right? So I remember how hard it was, and so I appreciate these athletes very much.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, it's been fascinating to see, as we talk about it so often already, but the variety and diversity of the standards here. And it's more challenging for you, obviously, to commentate without the backstories and without the awareness of what might be expected. But the same then stands true for the judging panels. I think if you're watching, as the fans of the sport do, watching the Senior Grand Prix, watching the ISU Championships, the expectation is much more that the elements will come in at a level 4, whereas here, the technical panels have to fight a little bit to help the skater get those higher levels.
And it's why it takes longer. I mean, that first group had some challenges and some young skaters coming up, and so there was a long time the judges had to sort that out. As I mentioned, they were first international competition season for them as well, and a lot of little mistakes that they had to evaluate. Okay, next question.
Which one of the many do I go with? Ted, so what are you looking forward to most on this Junior Grand Prix series? Oof.
Your work.
Oh, the pressure. Well, I think for me, I'm most looking forward to seeing how both the skaters and the officials will adopt the new criteria that have been put in place. And I think it's the beginning of a new Olympic cycle, and the International Skating Union have mixed things up a little bit, made some, as we've touched on already, changing the component scores a little bit, putting some new features in. So it's going to be interesting to see how the skaters, the coaches, the choreographers all embrace those new criteria.
Exactly, and I don't want to be judgmental at all. I want to give time to those new rules and changes they've made to see how the skaters and coaches adapt and how the judges adapt as well. The thing that I like most about this judging system is the sliding skill. I was involved in that in the beginning of all this development of the system, and the first thing we said is we need to have a system that can adapt. The ISU doesn't change the system. The skaters change the system. And how do they change it? They change it by maxing out their level 4s. They all get better, and all of a sudden what was a difficult level 4 is easy for everyone now. So that system can easily be adapted, and that's exactly what the ISU is doing. We'll see how these changes evolve over the season in both the juniors and seniors, but it'll be fun to watch.
Absolutely, and it's interesting now if you look back to the likes of the 2006 Olympics, how the skaters adapted to the new system then as to how we see their demonstrations of that now.
Absolutely. Well, there's the conclusion of the warm-up. We chatted through 6 minutes.
Well done us.
Okay, we better be quiet now. Okay, the start of group number 2.
On the ice from Lithuania, Ivanova Italy.
The youngest skater to take to the ice so far in the event from Lithuania, 13-year-old Egna Ivanovic.
Well, we were in Lithuania for a junior Grand Prix a number of years back. They have a lot of young talent coming up and a wonderful association there, developing skating. Beautiful facility. Hope to go back at some time. Egna will skate. Your short program to Everything by Safari Duo. Well, this young woman is a very strong skater, off lean in this program, unbalanced a little bit in this program. You see the power and the lift on the jumps, really good, but this was not her day. But I can see some nice skills and strength in this young woman.
Absolutely, potential is definitely there, and we've seen Anya compete a lot at the advanced novice level at internationals, including the likes of the NRW trophy. This is a jump forward in her planned program content, much more difficult than that which she used at the advanced novice level. Just a bit of a leap too far today.
Well, there's 7 elements. 5 of them are being reviewed by the technical panel. Here's a look at the Lutz. Pretty good height on this. Looked pretty good in the air, but free foot got stuck in front on the heel of the blade of the landing. There's the double axel attempt into a single that pops. It'll be a little bit disappointing. And spread eagle coming into 3 turns here, right up for the triple loop on lean again outside the circle, so can't get that free leg out. There's the cantilever coming down before the step sequence. Carries good speed and flow.
And as you touched on there, Ted, using the spread eagle, using the cantilever, and here putting the butterfly as a body movement within the step sequence. So really offering the judges lots of transitional content within the composition of the program.
In those sliding moves, something new, we see a lot, we saw it in dance a lot, but now you're seeing it much more in singles right here. And these, that looks maybe simple, it's not, it's risky, you can lose your balance really easy.
Absolutely, and based on the new criteria from the judges, they've added a desire to see multi-dimensional movements and use of space. So using the knee side, going down low, making low shape, and then stepping up into the butterfly, making high shape, really trying to expand the dimensions that they're using to ensure the judges recognize that when the judges come to input on that composition score, the first of the 3 now program component scores.
Well, Egna is certainly a strong athlete, no question, you can see that, but a little bit off balance throughout this program. And it's a little frustrating when you're chasing your balance, you're trying to find it. Let's take a look at the scores for the short program. 25.14, and that'll put Egna currently into 5th place.
Egna has earned in the short program 25 points 14, which brings her currently in 5th place. Next to skate from Denmark, Babette Hansen-Østergaard.
And the next skater, Babette Hansen-Østergaard, has explained it's really hard to get ice time for her. Only 3 hours a week available to her in the low season.
36.64 personal best last year in Ljubljana Junior Grand Prix, skating the short to La Soul by Bliss. Well, you have to love the smile
Yeah.
at the end of the program, the loss of balance, but innovation, creativity, flexibility.
That was amazing. The transitional content within that blew my mind. I was gobsmacked, mouth open at so many unique, novel intricacies within the choreography and the transitions, and that final spin positions were just amazing. And I chatted with Babette yesterday, and she said she can only train 3 hours a week in the low season. That is not the performance of somebody that can only train.
No, I would
so
not
few
have
hours.
expected that. That was a jewel of a performance. Very unique and different. That's junior development at its best.
To me, there were pieces of choreography that I want to review that again.
I know you're going to actually copy that in Dancing on Ice. I know you are. Let's take a look right off the top. There's the flying camel. Good speed on this flying camel. Good turned out. Flexibility. There's forward inside edge.
That really
Nicely.
takes so many bullet points for the GOE.
Yep. Level 4, right off the top, with a total score of 3.95. There's a sliding move coming down the ice, carrying good flow through this. There's the triple loop on top. Seems to keep that hand off the ice. Let's take a look a little slower. Here's a triple Salchow. Gets the free leg back up into the double toe loop. And the double axel. Last jumping element in the program, right on top on the landing. Nicely done. Here's some of the steps, Mark.
And interestingly, the music choice was a little bit abstract, and certainly the choreography quite contemporary, quite unique in its movement choice. And you can see that Euler into the low, and then the back outside loop. This, for me, was fabulous.
Let's take a slower look at some of these positions in here.
Going from low to high, that one of the new features.
And right in here, not easy. That's an ouch for me.
And the judges have to reward that in the GOE for the creativity and the originality, but unfortunately,
just lost the balance.
The GOE had to drop so low with that mistake at the end. But that smile, wonderful, wondrous work. And her coach and choreographer listed as Pamela Hansen Ostergaard. I'm not sure actually if that's her mother, but brilliant work for Team Denmark.
Let's take a look at the scores. A 48.63, nice score for Babette. That puts her currently into second place. What a charmer, both on the ice and off.
Which brings her currently in second place. Next to skate from Finland, Nela Pelkonen.
17-year-old Nella Pelkonen from Finland. We've seen some good quality jump technique from this young lady in practice already this week.
The Youth Olympics in 2020, 16th place. Short program, top score 45.13. Had a good warm-up. Hopefully it'll carry over. Well, I don't know about you, Mark, but she captured my attention. She was a patient skater, a calm skater, a strong skater. Some beautiful positions, nice edges as well.
Absolutely, and I think indicative of her age, one of the more mature skaters that we've seen so far, really drawing on that experience and delivering a performance that's reflective of the practice. Nella, 17 years old, age eligible for seniors, and I'm sure she would transition into seniors very well and very comfortably as she's greeted off the ice. And she's had quite the cheer squad this week, supporting her in practices as well.
Well, just the little look, you won't see that in the replays here, but she looked right at the camera coming out. Did you notice that?
I wrote that down. She looked right down the lens of the camera.
Yeah, right in the camera. There's the triple loop right on top. Good flow on the landing as well. Beautiful posture, good body lines. There's the triple Lutz, gets the free leg back, calmly up into the double toe loop. That'll be a triple soon, I'm sure. Here's some of the steps.
Yeah, and there you see working the Choctaw edges and their bit of body movement. And change in direction. The skaters have various different features to get the highest level of step. Level 4 step, one of the hardest to be seen, as she does the spread eagle entry into that double axel. She took into the last 2 spins of the program.
You know, I used the word patience, and you have to have that to be calm and put everybody at ease. But you also have to have confidence to be able to do that and not panic towards the next elements. I just found her totally in control.
And that's, you know, a real difficult skill set. We're admiring the amazing physical feats and technical expertise, but the mental aspect of her sport, to have that level of calm, to draw upon your technique under pressure, huge aspect. And some of the athletes will have psychologists to help them to deal with the pressure. But she looks totally relaxed and happy now, understandably so, with that great skate for Nella.
Beautiful job. Let's take a look at the scores. Well, 58.42, top score. Even the coach goes, excuse me? 58.42, pretty happy with that score. That puts Nella currently into first place, almost by 10 points, 9 points above. Great performance, well rewarded.
Next to skate from Poland, Julia.
15-year-old from Poland, Julia Polniuk. And her first Junior Grand Prix experience.
Skating the short program today to Tango and Nebany.
Mixed bag for Julia Polniuk from Poland. Certainly some great aspects from this skater. She lists acting as one of her hobbies, and indeed she worked on a Netflix serial, Royst, and she tapped into some of the acting capability at the start of the program. Some technical elements, though, not as she would have liked, I'm sure.
You can see that the basic mechanics of the elements of takeoffs are there, but you know, mechanics can be there, but they can also go off. Just a little bit of a degree off here and there makes it look, you know, particularly difficult and have an error, but they have the ability to do it.
No doubt. The technique was good, and she worked with Vazgan Azrayan, and he was pivotal for Julia Sebastian, one of the best triple lutzes I've ever seen. So she's got good information coming her way. And here you can see the acting ability at the start of the program.
Here's some nice flow, but right here up into the triple loop, just free leg forward, back on the heel, has to flip out. Triple Salchow, free leg lifts her up, pretty tight in the air, maybe a little under rotated, has to fight for the double toe loop.
I don't know about you, Ted, but I thought towards the end when she was stepping up into the double axel, maybe there's a little bit of fatigue, and we can't discount the fact that here in Courchevel, there is an altitude factor. There was the rocker change edge stepping up into the double axle. Maybe legs just a little more tired than she might be used to when training at sea level. And that great body movement within.
Good range of movement there, for sure.
Nice deep rocker into the counter twizzle. That one of the features, the clusters of turns within the step, and this too, you can see good example of going from low to high, and the new features for the spins within the combination spin. Just losing speed and changing center a little bit, forcing these judges to reduce the grade of execution there in the last element of the program.
Yeah, just felt a little bit not fully in control. Good skater, not fully in control today, but some nice skills yet to be developed. Good range of movement as well. Let's take a look at the scores for the short program. A 40.31 for Julia. That'll put her currently into 4th place.
Julia has earned in the short program 40.31.
There's a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard.
This young woman from Canada, Leah Pereira, fresh from a win at the Cranberry Cup recently where she scored some personal best scores, looking for more of the same.
Skating to Stand By Me. Well, a little bit of a hot and cold performance for Leah. You can see she's got some skills and some strength. Started to deteriorate a little bit later in the program, Mark.
Yeah, wonderful one-handed cartwheel to finish. Uses a difficult exit on the final spin, but won't be the skate that she was looking for. And as I said, she performed so brilliantly at the Cranberry Cup, an event in the States, recently scoring a massive PB of 169 points there. So this far off that, and I'm sure now her coaching staff will be working hard to turn that around and help her replicate the 6 triple free skates she had her previous event.
Take a look at some of the elements in the program. 3 are under review. The first element here, the triple flip. Of course, the triple toe loop will be under rotated. Let's take a look at the flip. Landing nice and clean, and then that is a downgrade on the landing. Here's a look at the triple loop.
She has struggled with it a little bit in practice, I think, as well, and it did seem to be a bit of hesitant preparation for it, just making sure she was ready to go.
And as much as there needs to be energy on takeoffs, there needs to be energy on checking out. Push the free leg back, punch the arms out quickly to stop the rotation, stabilize the landing. It's a little slow for Leah here today.
But some beautiful touches within the choreography. She works with Asher Hill, who's
great ice dancer in Canada for a number of years, and wonderful choreographer as well. Here's the double axel. And this just did not get up or quick enough in the rotation. That was certainly an element that could do in her sleep, but unfortunately didn't happen here today in the short program.
I'm sure she'll be reliving that double axel tonight. Let's hope that that was a highlight. Wonderful one-handed cartwheel exit. Her coaching staff will be working hard to...
Nancy Lemaire there, that's great work in Ontario. A good stable of young skaters, solid coach. Let's take a look at the scores for Leah Pereira from Canada in the short program. 50.63, even with those mistakes, so that's not a bad score considering the mistakes. That puts Leah currently in second place. We're going to take a break in a second for the ice resurfacing, and Mark, but we've got some videos to play out for you during this break.
Yeah, we've got some fantastic footage and coverage that the International Skating Union have prepared. And the first that you're going to get to see will be coverage about the World Ice Skating Day, a new initiative by the International Skating Union set for the 4th of December. Some wonderful coverage on that. And that will then lead into a promo for the documentaries on figure skating, which will be hosted on the International Skating Union YouTube channel. And finally, you'll get to enjoy one of the International Skating Union Elements Explained pieces. And the particular one that we've selected for you today is the layback spin, which we'll get to enjoy seeing lots of in the women's event.
So a little bit of variety, and you certainly want to see some of those documentaries. They're really exciting. So we will take a short break, and we'll be back right after this.
This is Up Again. Action. Hello, I'm Fang Dan from the ICU Beijing Center of Excellence. I'm the ICU judge and international singles technical controller. Today we are learning the layback spin. There are two positions for the layback spin: backwards and sideways. Before learning the backwards position, the skater can stand facing to the rink board, keep the skating leg straight and the free leg stretching outward. Meanwhile, keep the hip joint close to the board. Then, the skater can practice the external rotation in your hip joint, but remember to keep your head upright. These moves could help the skater find a better center of rotation and avoid the skater fear after raising their heads. Now, let's see the skater's demonstration. For the sideway position, at the beginning, the skater can stand against the rink board, while keeping the back and head close to the board, and do external hip rotation. Then, the skater can practice the standing position of a sideway layback spin without any support. Now, let's see the skater's demonstration. That's all for today. See you next time. Bye bye.
South America, Claire Seo. From Kazakhstan, Karina Isakova. From Singapore, Michaela Hong. From Japan, Hana Yoshida.
Welcome back, everyone, to Courchevel, France, week 1 of the Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton, your host, along with Mark Hanratty. We've seen 2 groups so far, Mark. We've got a number of questions from viewers around the world. Let's get started.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see and hear from so many of you on the social media channels and on the YouTube feed, and wonderful to see so much passionate debate amongst the figure skating fans. I think it's important to note that we've all got differing opinions, and these are very passionate fans. Let's just make sure that we're all being super kind to each other and respectful of these wonderful skaters. We are so lucky, especially after the years where we couldn't enjoy watching skating live. We're so lucky to have these young people putting themselves out there for us to enjoy, and let's celebrate their courage and bravery and giving us these great performances.
Absolutely, it doesn't matter. That's the great thing about the ISU Junior Grand Prix, is that we feel responsible to help nurture, develop, and support through good days and bad days all these athletes, and we hope that the fans will do so as well. Just these young people pursuing excellence. It's hard enough as it is.
It's hard enough to be a teenager as it is, and yet these youngsters, so many of them teenagers, really, in fact, all of them teenagers.
Back in the dark ages when I was a teenager, it was much easier. Do we have any other questions here, technical questions there, Mark?
Absolutely. So somebody's asked, do we think that it was a good idea to replace the step sequence with a choreographic sequence in the free skate? That's something that we'll be able to enjoy watching tomorrow for the men's and women.
I think both are great, step sequence and the choreo sequence. I like the choreo sequence, a little bit of a throwback, if you will, where we missed seeing the beautiful spirals and spread eagles and different unique moves that would interpret the music. So I kind of enjoying that. I think that's going to be a nice change, but I think they have the flexibility, obviously, in the system to go back and forth as they wish.
Absolutely, and I think with the changes that have been made in the program, component scores, and that change the choreographic sequence, certainly feels like the International Skating Union really wanted to embrace some of the artistry, beauty of our sport, and hopefully we'll get to see some great examples of that in the free skates tomorrow.
So answer to the question, I think we both agree, yes.
Yes,
like
so far so good. And then other questions, Ted, a couple that I particularly like, directed towards your good self. How's your summer been, Ted?
Your good self. Well, it's been great, you know. It's been wonderful. I love the summer, of course, and my fishing trips were not so successful this year because of COVID and because of bad weather and whatnot. But I'm a happy guy, so it doesn't matter what it is.
You are
good or bad
a happy guy, and I think you'd be very happy in the next location somebody's asked. It wasn't me. Have you ever been to Scotland?
I've never been to Scotland. In fact, it's one of the countries I really don't, not only Scotland, but Great Britain. I really haven't been a lot of places there, and I'd love to go there. And Scotland is sort of a fantasy fishing land with salmon rivers and whatnot. So I've seen a little bit about that, and I would love to go there at some time for sure. But I haven't been there, no.
Keep helping me out, supporting me here. Maybe you get an invite.
Yeah, that'd be great. That's for sure. How was your summer, Mark?
Yeah,
you
wonderful.
have a young family. That keeps you busy, and of course, being a star. Just walking in the grocery store, people would say, "Oh, that's Mark Hanratty." Huh?
I'm very lucky that I get to enjoy all sorts of different skating outputs, and my work as a professional skater on dancing on ice is very different to what we're getting to enjoy from these skaters, and maybe that's something that some of these young skaters will get to enjoy in the future. Some performing professional opportunities. At the moment, I'm sure all that they can consider is their competitive pursuits, but so much to our wonderful sport, and I think that's something that we look forward to seeing on World Ice Skating Day, the ISU's new initiative, where it's a day to celebrate skating for all ages, all standards, all abilities, and we're getting to enjoy triple toe combinations like that from the very elite. But
just beautiful commercial that played out for the World Ice Skating Day. spectacular images of joy, of just lacing up the skates. And that's what it is all about. We're watching competitive skating here, and it's brilliant. We love it as well. But just the general fan getting the skates on, maybe even for the first time, holding dearly onto the boards. But this sport, that ice surface is magic, and it brings a sensation to one's life that is very difficult to describe unless you do it. So we hope that you'll come out.
Absolutely, and that's something that you hope that the skaters can remember. I remember when I competed, you get so consumed with your desire to nail the double axel like that.
Yeah, nicely done.
And perform to the best of your ability. Sometimes it's easy to lose perspective and realize just how lucky we are to have this wonderful sport to enjoy.
Well, every time I do interviews with skaters, and I do a lot throughout the year, as we watch a triple loop there, nicely done, ask the skater, what do you most enjoy about skating? And the common word is freedom. The freedom and the ability to fly, the feeling of flight. And when you have that sensation, it becomes addictive.
Absolutely. And
it's a great freedom. And you, obviously, being a dancer, you love the connection with the music and the body movement. I've seen your flexibility on in some Twitter or some pitches. I'm going, oh my God. It's amazing. So you must love the music as well.
Oh, absolutely. And I think for us to be able to dance to music, to perform to music, that special thing, the thing that makes our sport special, the athleticism mixed with artistry and musicality.
And here we go. Group number 3 of 6. Here, week 1 in Courchevel, the junior women's short program. First stop in 7 weeks.
First skater in this warm-up group on this beautiful, fresh, clean ice, Julia Broval from Sweden.
38.33 personal best last season, skating to Let Go of Fear and Life in Pieces. Well, a nice fresh program, nicely skated again. A skater with patience, took her time, good strength.
Absolutely, and again, one of the slightly more experienced skaters that we've seen so far, drawing upon that experience to deliver a clear performance. The only little mistake there in the jump combination, the double three turn in between what turned out to be a triple toe, double toe combination. The planned program content for Yulia was to do the triple triple, but electing to just do 2 rotations in the second part of that jump combo, and that double three turn incurs a mandatory reduction for errors from the judges of a -2 to -3 off that grade of execution.
Let's take a look at some of the elements here. Here's the triple loop, nice and straight and strong in the air. Good soft knees on the landing. And here's that triple toe loop, good flow through the takeoff, good height. Look at that, a little too far back, can't get the free leg back, has to do the double three turn up into the double toe loop, saves the combination.
And it's that decision making on the spot for the skater. Do I, don't I? And I think on that occasion, probably a smart choice for Yulia. Strong with the double axel. And it looks like it's coming up as a positive grade of execution for all of the other elements for Yulia.
Really good quality. We see some of the skaters that you might panic a little bit, rush things, and that's quality, scratchiness and whatnot, and that affects, of course, the GOE. But in this case, calm and collected.
And one of the grade of execution criteria for the judges is effortlessness. And that comes from that calm, apparent look, as we see this little change edge and that back inside counter and the step sequence. So the step sequence coming up as a level 2 for Yulia.
And so important, posture is so critical to great skating because you're using less energy because you're not fighting yourself. And Yulia has beautiful posture all throughout that program. Let's take a look at the short program scores. 45.02, and that'll put Yulia into 5th place.
So the next skater competed here last year and indeed won the short program at this event in Courchevel last season.
Capturing bronze overall, 63.43 last season right here, skating to Simple Gifts in Appalachian Spring. Well, Mark, a beautiful skater with some beautiful elements. One big mistake that may not cost too much here at this stage.
Well, to me, indisputably the best example of program component scores that we've seen by some way so far. Great level of skating skills, good composition of the program, good choreography from Katarina Lindgren. Just that massive clanger that she's going to be reliving now, that pop triple Lutz.
And you could see Claire just pushing so fast to go into that, to gain the momentum to carry through, but it, you know, rushed her timing a little bit. You see the pick go into the ice a little bit too early, pops it open, tries to go for the triple toe, has to fall. Let's take a look inside the program. Some beautiful movements right off the top. Some nice turns into that beautiful double axe.
Yeah, I think you can really see the similarity to her training mate Karen Chen. Loads of speed here. Gorgeous landing position on the triple loop.
You can see that speed coming right in here. And there's the pop. Let's take a look at the triple toe loop. Just slow getting into rotation, not all the way around. Can't get the free leg back.
But otherwise, so much to admire. Beautiful forward outside spiral, beautiful Ina Bauer's transitional content. And Claire able to benefit from the altitude training that she has. Training at the World Arena in Colorado Springs, which is at altitude, will have served her in good stead, and we'll probably see her benefit from that in the free skate, which is obviously a longer program, more physically demanding than this short program. She's here with Sandy Rucker, who's the 2005 Junior US Ladies Champion. And this share the same lead coach, Tammy Gamble.
A beautiful program.
Yeah,
and
excellent.
just the one big mistake. And sometimes we get caught in one mistake, and because it was a big one. It popped lots of the fall on the toe loop, but the rest of the program and the quality of the skating is superb. You can see in her eyes disappointment because they're going for perfection.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's take a look at the scores for Claire. The short program score is 54.23. That puts Claire currently into second place. As I mentioned, the rest of the qualities of the skating so high that even that element, that miss element, didn't hurt, at least at this point, too much. There's a look at the leaderboard so far.
Next to skate from Kazakhstan, Karina Isakova.
15-year-old from Kazakhstan, Karina Isakova.
Skating to Amour Fou for the short program.
Tough skate for Karina Isakova from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, you could see for Karina, she was fighting the landings a lot back onto the heel, flipping out of the elements, a loss of speed on that sit spin as well. You know, first part was okay, and then just got rocking. Once you start to lose your balance, you're fighting to find it again, and the harder you fight, the more you rock.
Yeah.
It just gets a vicious circle.
And she had such a great warm-up. We saw some brilliant examples of her jump technique. This was the best element for me. Spread eagle into a solid double axel followed by that back outside twizzle. But here was the beginning of where things started to go wrong. Intention was for triple lutz combination, popped it into the double, and we can't underestimate the impact of the pressure of the moment and how that can affect the athlete.
So excited and full of adrenaline, you just tend to rush. Here's that sit spin. Let's take a look a little slower. This side position is good. The free leg out to the side, traveled a bit, got herself centered. Then let's see what happens here on the jump over. Lost it, well, not over actually, just a straight up jump, lost the balance, went to the toe, went to the heel, and then had to go down.
And that also an example of the difficulty that is being incurred with these new criteria for level 4 spins. That hop was an attempt for the level 4, but the impact of that fall carried on through the triple loop, which we saw perform so beautifully in the warm-up.
And this is just the end of the change combination spin. You can see just wobbling back and forth from front to back of the blade on the spins, and you know, it's so frustrating as a skater to not have your balance when you most need it in performance.
And also for these athletes, how they may feel completely different under this high pressure situation that they do in training. But that's what this Junior Grand Prix is for. Education, experience, opportunity to grow, develop and improve moving forward.
Yeah, best laid plans don't always work out. 32.02 for Karina Isakova from Kazakhstan. That puts Karina currently into 9th place. Much better skater than she performed today. We'll see, I'm most certain, a better performance tomorrow in the free program.
Next to skate from Singapore, Michaela Ong.
Taking to the ice with a beautiful smile, Michaela Ong. She's watched the other competitors from ringside, and now it's her turn.
Skating to Big Spender by Pat Medler. Well, no question, a struggle for this young woman in the short program. You can see, again, it's a developing nation for skating. The basic skating skills aren't there yet, the speed and certainly the confidence or strength or at high altitude as well. So, you know, the quickness in which you need to take off, it doesn't matter whether it's double or triples. We're not talking about that at the moment. We're talking about what this young woman's capabilities are at this stage of her development, and just a little slow on the checkouts and a little bit back on the heels and a little slow with a lot of the program.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, looking forward, as we saw her prepare for this, that so you can see the forward inside rocker turn, difficult entry with the change edge, then stepping up into always the double axel. I don't think developmentally that's perhaps working for her in the training ground either. But wonderful fly in the flying camel.
Really good speed on that jump over and kept good full. Probably your best element in the program.
Absolutely. And I think, as we've said, everybody's here for different reasons. They're the butterfly exit. This is the flip. She'll be frustrated to have gone down on this, an element which I am sure she can comfortably do in practice. But she's here in the mountains in Courchevel. She won't have come into this, I'm sure, expecting to medal or podium.
No, but wanting to skate her best, for sure.
Wanting to skate her, yeah, true,
and those double jumps, you know, were slow on the takeoff and open in the land. Not very much height and slow in the rotation. I'm sure she can do them better, but you know, again, those tough moments are the moments you learn the most.
Yes.
They're uncomfortable, they're not pleasant, but you walk away determined not to do that again.
And I think that, you know, there has been an element. Most of the girls have had a mistake or two. I think we've seen one clean skate. So there's a little bit of an energy of that in the venue. And Michaela did watch some of the competitors before. I could see her watching ringside. So she's maybe taken on a little bit of that from watching the others. But lovely to see her looking serene and peaceful with what's happened. And hopefully,
well, you don't really, it's a personal thing. Is where you want to skate clean with your doubles, you didn't, you're upset. I get it. You know, it's not comparable to the other skaters maybe, but let's take a look at the short program scores. 26.16 for Michaela, and that'll put her currently into 12th place.
Michaela has earned a short program 26.16, which brings her currently in 12th place. Next to skate from Japan, Yoshida.
taking to the ice with last words of wisdom from her excellent coach Mia Hamada. Hana Yoshida from Japan. It was her 17th birthday on Sunday.
We'll see a completely different type of skater here. The speed and the skating skills, of course, also jumping. We wish her the best as she skates to Dog Days Are Over by Florence and the Machine. Well, Mark, I know you have a lot to say about this program,
It was
so
amazing.
just launch away. Here we go.
Oh, just a masterful example of composition and presentation. Just the musical appreciation within the construction of that program, just mesmeric. That's almost the poster program for what the judges, I'm sure, want to see with this new criteria. And the choreographer listed as Laurie Nicol, who's just a genius.
Well, one of the best, for sure, no question. And you know,
I can't say enough about all those little musical nuances.
well, this young woman as well, you can tell it's just even a little off herself with the technical elements, but she has enough experience to be able to pull it back and not let it go. And you'll see a little bit of lean on some of the takeoffs. Not a big deal. It didn't really affect the GOEs at all, but having to struggle. So I think all the women are struggling a little bit, but not much.
And we've seen in practice how hard she works, or the repetitions on practice size, so she relied upon that reps.
Here we go. Here's the double axel, beautiful flow off the top of the edge, but you can see a little lean in the air, pulls the free leg out.
But the
There's the
good
flow.
teaching to sustain the landing off again, but made sure she gave the judges that good landing to help the GOE of the element. And again here with the loop.
A little bit of lean on the takeoff, but pushes the free leg back. Here's some of the moves in the step sequence.
To me, I just don't know, because Laurie Nicol, the North American choreographer, Hana Yoshida training in Japan, but the amount of time that must have gone into the construction of that, there were so many musically attentive sections. Each element was musically phrased, which is a creative execution criteria for a plus GOE, but just so many little touches, little toe steps, the way she interpreted, the judges are looking for expressiveness and projection within the presentation component, and she gave
Well, Laurie's a genius, does brilliant work, has done all her career, no question. And
thank you for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Hannah has said her goal is to acquire quads this year, so she knows that she needs more technical difficulty moving forward to the free skate. She did jump triple axel when she was just 13 years of age, so we know she's capable of
well,
more
you can see the
difficulty.
speed and the height, no question. Tightness in the air needs some tweaking, because if you're going to need that in the quads, you can't be open on quads.
No way.
But certainly all the mechanics of this young woman, of course, Mia Hamada, I mean, one of the best in the world.
She's got a good team, this young lady.
Absolutely.
She's in good hands.
But what a fun program. And she not only did the choreography, but she did it the way I think that Laurie intended it to be.
Yes.
A little lightness to it, and just brilliant work.
And it's a brilliant piece, The Dog Days Are Over by Florence and the Machine. It's a brilliant piece of music, which, I mean, the music really lends itself to so much light and shade within the choreography, and judges want to see that musical sensitivity and timing, like I keep saying, and that's the sensitivity to the differences in the music were so evident to me. You can't help but notice and appreciate what was delivered.
All three spins, level 4, and the step sequence as well. You know, certainly even in the juniors now, the step sequences are getting at higher levels of difficulty. They're taking their time to teach the skills required to get all the features needed.
There have been changes to one of the features for level within the clusters of turns, so skaters having to readdress the construction of the step sequences if they aspire to get that feature. And brilliant to see that Hannah's been rewarded by the technical panel with that level 4.
Good GOE scores except for the triple Lutz. Triple toe loop, it's on a quarter for both the Lutz and the toe loop, so that is in a minus 1.26. Everything else is in the pluses. Take a little bit longer than I thought they would, because the scores look to be all in here.
I'd be really fascinated to see if judges rewarded this in the composition and presentation as well as those
And
great
here we
skating
go.
skills.
Short program scores for Hana Yoshida of Japan, 66.56, and that puts Hana currently into first place. And there's a look at your top 5 skaters so far in the competition. Well, group number 4 coming on the ice for their warm-up.
From France, Lola Courchevel. From Switzerland, Carla
And there's a look at Group 4 and the start order.
Guarda che faccio il cambio con Mario.
Okay, Mark, what's up next on the, on the question list?
So again, more questions coming in, and great to see. And somebody's asked an interesting one, Ted. If you were to compete this season, what music would you skate to, and why?
Oh, that's a really good question. That is excellent because, you know, being an old dog, I've heard every piece so many times. But, you know, what would you do? Because you're the dancer, you're the creative soul there, and
Well, interestingly, we had this discussion point watching the practices that it depends really the development and the long-time vision, as you rightly acknowledged from the coach. In this stage at juniors, perhaps the coach wants to test and challenge their skater with something that may be a little bit outside of their comfort zone and push them to attempt to interpret something that they wouldn't ordinarily resort to in their comfort zone. I think if you're looking purely from a points scoring exercise, based on what the judges want to see, the judges want to see musical sensitivity and timing. So you would want to then pick for your athlete something that they can appreciate musically. And that now is hopefully something that the athletes will continue to be taught in.
well, it was interesting because our discussion was, I do a lot of monitoring of the young athletes, and sometimes you go to see a program and you go, wow, geez, I don't know if that really suits them very well at the time. But the point of the coach is that, look, I need to teach them many genres here. I can't just stick with one because they're good at it.
Yeah.
I need, through a long career, for them to develop other skills, if you will. And so sometimes the program just doesn't match them the best, but they've got to continue to develop. That's what we see mostly here in junior, because they're still developing.
And I remember, as we discussed earlier this week, the analogy that I was given in regards to music choice was you wouldn't ask an opera-trained singer, well, I don't think you would, ask them to deliver hip-hop. You stick to your trained expertise. And so it was actually in regards to Gabriela Papadakis and Guillaume Cizeron, one of the best ice dance teams ever in the history of ice dance, and they have a tendency to go for something that is fairly similar. And I think, well, they're masters of their craft, and they're utterly brilliant at this genre. Why would you deviate off topic? Perhaps, though, in this junior Grand Prix, the skaters can be allowed to tap into different things that maybe they in turn actually are better at something that they didn't necessarily expect they were.
Well, how do you know how good you are unless you try?
Yeah.
This is the stage to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Another question. Come on.
Oh my God. Okay. How long are the skaters' programs?
Well, that's 4 minutes here in the short.
So for the short program,
the short program.
250 plus or minus 10, and then free skate 3.5 minutes.
3.5 for the junior, yeah.
And then now men and women are the same length of program, both in junior and senior. Previously that was different, and now obviously that's the same, which is great. And next one, oh, we've seen it already. Are there any skaters from new countries competing at this season's Junior Grand Prix?
Well, we've just seen, I haven't looked at the list of all the other competitions, but of course we've seen Ecuador here. Peru has skated before. We've had a Peruvian skater, but Ecuador first time out here. I think we're going to see an Egyptian skater this season of the Junior Grand Prix as well.
Just amazing, and I'm so grateful for all the hard work that the nations have done to be able to qualify to be at this kind of caliber of event. Questions coming through, Ted, as to any skaters you're particularly looking forward to seeing.
Well, I have to say, always on the Junior Grand Prix, the Japanese skaters, the Korean skaters I always love watching their skating. Whether they skate well or not is a different issue, but their basic skating skills are just thrilling to watch. They carry the edge and flow so beautifully in and out of elements, and generally speaking, and you know, all depends on the music choice, of course, and the choreography for that particular season. But I've always loved watching them. And the Americans had a great Junior Grand Prix season last year as well. There's some wonderful young talent that came up in America, and they did extremely well at the Junior World. So always looking for those countries that continuously turn out good top skating. But also skaters from Estonia, from Latvia, from Canada, these countries as well have very good skaters and sometimes come up with some really brilliant performances in these early stages of development.
I have to say, for me, having commentated on a lot of senior Grand Prix and senior ISU championships, it's been wondrous here to see, in many ways, to be able to see the diverse range. And it only serves to help us appreciate more and more the better skaters and the work and commitment that must have been done by them and their team to cultivate the skating skills that are even better, really.
Yeah, it takes a long time developing a top skater, and you see that when you look at the juniors, and that's what's so interesting. And maybe people who love watching seniors don't enjoy watching juniors because you're watching a developmental stage, so you're going to see some weaknesses, but that's all part of the journey of becoming a good senior. So
and appreciating a good senior.
Yeah, exactly.
And it is interesting to note that there are those standout stars that come out as juniors, and then there are standout stars that develop later. And we've been discussing some names with some of the greats and seeing that it's not always the case that success on the Junior Grand Prix circuit guarantees that transition into the senior ranks, but certainly it's a great training ground for competition experience.
No, you see some of these kids, you go, they're not there yet, but watch out when they get to senior and get that experience. So here we go.
The first of the home nation athletes to take to the ice, Lola Gozali. All of her personal best scores from this event last year.
50.74 personal best last season right here in Courchevel for the short program. And Lola will skate to No Roots by Alice Merton.
Lola Gozali. As I said, the first of the home nation athletes.
Had a few challenges on landing, checking out, stopping the rotation, had to turn out, step out in some cases.
I think she may struggle to match the personal best that she boasted here last year at this event. But so strong.
Let's take a look at some of the elements in this program.
Great music choice, No Roots by Alice Merton. And that choreography by Catherine Papadakis, the mother of the Olympic champion in ice dance, Gabriela Papadakis. Here, just wondered about the edge. Okay, loads of elevation.
Yeah, a nice opening element, triple Lutz, double toe, feeling pretty comfortable starting the program, but a couple mistakes just creeping in here, just changing the lean in the air, back on the heel, has to take the fall. There's some brackets, setting up this double axel, and just can't get the free leg back to stop the rotation quick enough, has to step out. And the layback spin at the end of the program into the level 4. Step sequence in at 3. So we've had really good levels on the step sequences.
Yeah.
Patience by all these skaters and coaches to choreograph it, to get all the features required.
And a friendly technical panel willing to give them those levels. Yeah. Trains part of the year here in Courchevel for Lola, so she's used to the environment.
The short program scores for Lola 46.27, and that'll put Lola currently into 7th place.
Next to skate from Switzerland,
One of the youngest skaters in the event, 13-year-old Carla Anthea Gradinaru.
Skating the short program Dans la Maison by Philip Romby. Well, Carla really fought extremely well on some of those landings. There was no major mistake, but she had to work hard.
Absolutely, and we've seen some of the cleanest skates that we've seen so far today have been from the mature athletes who perhaps had a little more experience, but Carla Anthea, just 13 years of age and looking unfazed by the pressure of the occasion. Really impressive.
Really nice posture, which really helps when things go off, just slightly off. You've got that strong back. You're going to be able to save a lot of the elements that might otherwise go down or have a problem. But really nicely done. Here's a look at the triple Lutz double toe. Watch the pop right off that pick. Good height, good speed in the air, up into the double toe loop. A little stiff on the landing there. Not a big deal at this stage. Here's the double axel. Watch the save on the landing. Just a little off lean on the takeoff, but just got that free leg back quickly.
Wasn't sure about the rotation on this one. I think a little left on the ice there.
Yeah, we'll take a look inside the judges' scores. And there's the outside edge and the change combination spin.
You can very visibly see the graph that's gone into working on the new features that must be counted for level 4. All of the skaters waiting on what happens at the ISU Congress just to confirm what needs to be done when attempting their elements and the construction of their element program choices this year.
This is really a good testing ground for everyone, really. I mean, we know the judges, most of them first time out on the 3 components, but for the skaters and coaches too, to analyze the program and how it's been looked at under this new component
as well. Thinking about the age restriction, 4 more seasons that we'll get to enjoy seeing Carla on the junior stage.
Oh, that's great. We'll see a lot of development over those years. 50.90 for Carla, and that will put her currently in the 4th place.
Next to skate from Italy,
Elena Agostinelli from Italy takes to the ice.
Skating the Way We Were, performed by Barbara Streisand.
Another difficult skate there for Elena Agostinelli from Italy. She will have been looking for the jump combination, but stepping out of that opening triple flip, leaving no value for her on that first element, which I'm sure she'll be frustrated by. But a nice aesthetic over the ice, long limbs, long lines. Plenty of hard work has been done in the training ground to create this quality skater, just not the skate on the day she would have wanted.
Well, it's one thing to learn to do the elements. It's another thing to learn to compete with them.
Absolutely.
And that is another skill. Some people do it automatically because they're fiercely competitive and they rise to the occasion. And other people take time to learn how to do that. And some people really have a challenge with that throughout their career.
And that's where the sports psychologist becomes such a big aspect for these athletes here. Stepping out the triple flip. No combination, therefore no.
Here's a look at the triple loop.
Help there.
Low on the knees, up into the air, a little forward, under rotated, not right on top of the landing foot. And this flying camel, really good height on the free leg, turned out toe. Not in at a level 3, so missing one of the features.
And Elena works with Cristina Mauri, longtime coach of Valentina Marquet and Nicole Della Monica and Matteo Garisi. So she's in the stable that's produced lots of ISU championship skaters.
And just an over rotation there on the double axel near the end of the program. You can see disappointment, no question. You come in with a goal to skate at whatever level you're at, doesn't doubles or triples or whatever, the best that you can on that day. And we've seen a lot of the skaters a little disappointed on day one. Here's a look at Elena's scores, 38.80, certainly not the standard of her skating. Puts her currently into 11th place.
Next to skate from the Netherlands, Isabella Smit.
Isabella Smit from Netherlands, the 18-year-old in her last junior eligible year.
Well, you know, Mark, we've talked a lot about the development or the different stages of development, but in the end of the day, basic skating skills critical for everyone. And when you have the confidence in the soft knees, the straight back, and you can really skate, the security and the confidence it gives you really helps the development of the technical elements, in particular in competition.
Absolutely, and I think that was the reason for so long that the skating skills component score was the first that the judges awarded, because they appreciate that everything hooks upon that. There you can see the lack in rotation on the landing of that triple loop. And I question the rotation a little bit on the triple salto that we're about to see. See if
right
the blade
here. Yeah, that's certainly under rotated and in the system as such for the triple salchow. And there's those traveling free turns and pushes up into the flying camel.
And that butterfly entry, difficult variation on the flying entry, will secure her the level.
Sometimes that's more difficult to get speed, that butterfly entry. If you do too high, you have to do it over the ice a little bit, not too high.
And that a great example of how the new system has really shown advancement. Skaters really finding rotations from that difficult entry because it's required.
And there's a step out of the double axle, a little over rotation, and the layback. Good here, nice extension, good turned out toe, good speed. You're watching in slow motion here. Loses a little bit of the speed near the end of the program, grabs the blade. That takes a tremendous amount of strength and flexibility, of course. And that spin is in at a level 3, so missing one feature on that.
And Isabella, coached by Jorik Hendricks, who had that amazing season last year coaching his sister Luna Hendricks, the current and reigning world silver medalist, I'm sure will present brilliant motivation for Isabella in day-to-day training.
Short program scores for Isabella, 39.34. And that will put Isabella currently into 11th place.
Next skater, Maria Elise from Estonia, second at the Estonian Junior Nationals.
No record yet for this young woman on the Junior Grand Prix, first time out. We'll skate to the beautiful music of The Summer Knows from the summer of '42. Well, you know what I loved about this performance was that was a really tough opening. That nice triple Lutz and harsh fall. But calmness came about it and settled down. There's a beautiful upper body movement, great range.
I'm just so conscious that at age 13, she demonstrates such quality. I'd love to know how much work has gone into this young skater, because a very well-rounded skater. Component score's good. Stéphane Lambiel listed as the choreographer.
You can see the talent in this young woman, and even coming back with some beautiful technical elements. But look at focus right off the top of the program and the care to each movement. Here's the triple Lutz, looks good. Triple toe loop, outside the circle, bam, into the boards.
It just shows you the difficulty of our sport. She came back with that beautiful landing position on the double axel. It just really does require such resilience to have a horrid fall like that and then come back up and demonstrate the
back
six
outside
elements.
Camel, change edge to the forward inside. Nicely centered, and this is after that hard fall, but park that behind her and look forward. That's a skill.
And such maturity at the age of 13. The loop, oh, this was glorious.
Great speed coming off that edge, straight up into the air. Beautiful landing on the soft knees.
Excellent air position as well, really super stretched. See a little bit of ice scratched up on that combination of turns, so perhaps the technical panel won't give that as a feature within the step sequence. But it looks like they like this layback with that coming up as a level 4. And as you say, it's such strength and flexibility required of that illusion exit, demonstrating both the strength and flexibility of Maria Elise.
Look how straight her back is, just sitting there. You know, just wonderful posture. And
she's entitled to slouch a little bit now, but she's not doing so.
54.06 for Maria, and that will move her into 4th place. Well, that brings us to another ice resurfacing there, Mark. And of course, we've got some other videos for our viewers around the world. We thank you for sending in questions. Continue to send in those questions. We like answering them during the ice resurfacing, putting Mark on the spot. Now, ask Mark something. Don't ask me anything, okay? Mark, what do we have coming up?
So next up, again, treated to some more brilliant videos from the International Skating Union, and we'll get to see an Up Again story, voiceover from the wonderful Spanish Olympic medalist Javier Fernandez. That's a real treat. And then another of the ISU Elements Explained pieces, and this time we're going to see the axel jump, and that one of the mandatory required elements in the short program for the women that we're watching today. And finally, we'll come back to another Up Again story, and we'll look at our other family on the ice, the speed skaters, and you get to enjoy a promo of that Up Again story. So lots to stay tuned and watch alongside with.
Well, we hope you enjoy these brief videos. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back right after this.
If you dream of standing ovations, gold medals, and record-breaking times, know one thing: the track to glory won't always be clear. There will be bumps along the way. Tears will be shed. Limbs will be bruised. And so will egos.
Jumps into the inside lane. He should have stuck where he was.
But however hard you fall, however bad you fail, you must always get up again. Up again. Up again. To rule the ice, you need to silence the critics, including the ones in your own head. Be proud of who you are. When others want you to hide, don't be afraid of what might happen. Embrace the future instead. Because to be a champion like me,
From Spain, Javier
To reach a higher level, you have to take risks and learn from your mistakes. Only then will you get up again, up again, up again.
Hello, my name is Stéphane Ambiel. I'm from the Center of Excellence in Chambéry, Switzerland. And with me today we have my colleague Angelo. Together we will introduce you the axel. The axel is one of the most difficult jump out of the 6 jumps. The particularity is that it's the only one that jumps forward.
A bit of history. The axel jump is named after his inventor and creator, Mr. Axel Poulsen from Norway. He performed for the first time this element at the World Championship in 1896. That means in the 19th century. Axel Poulsen actually was more famous as a speed skater, and in fact, he performed the axel with speed skates for the first time.
As we said, the axel is the most difficult, one of the most difficult jump, but it's also the most important because throughout your career you will have to perform it in every single program, from the young categories to senior, since it's mandatory also in the short program and in the free program. So here is a tip for you.
For us, a very important key point in the axel jump is the direction. Direction of the axel jump is mandatory forward, and that's the most important thing if you want to perform a good axel. In order to focus yourself on this technical key point, we recommend you to practice the axel jump from a standing still position without speed. In fact, without speed, it will be easier to focus on direction.
The direction will remain a key point throughout your progression, from single to double and from double to triple.
In particular, avoid to go inside the circle with your jump. When you're doing the axel from a standing still position, try to find a target in front of you and aim to the target in order to keep the direction forward.
We hope that these informations gave you a little bit of knowledge and how to perform the axel. Please keep following and stay tuned for more fun facts and other tips in figure skating with the ISU Center of Excellence.
We're all speed skaters, and that's what we train to do. And when you're training for kind of nothing, when you can't skate, then what's the point?
Mentally, it's a bit hard when you can't do the things you want to.
Forget how many months or days we were in lockdown.
I know it was talked about, we might have a bubble, we might do this, didn't think too much of it.
It's also good to show the world that not everything is impossible in these times.
My head, I was thinking, oh my God, like I want to go home because I don't feel ready for this.
Prince Lemon's Maindou. From the United States of America, Sarah Yerevan.
Welcome back, everyone, to Courchevel, France. Week 1 on the Junior Grand Prix 2022. I'm your host, Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanratty, the 5th group on the ice for their warm-up. Mark, we have a couple questions.
We have even more questions. Thank you, everybody that's tuning into the YouTube channel and putting up some questions on the chat. Question, Ted, what do you think of this season? And I think this season being the start of a new quadrennial.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that, you know, at the start. We have a lot of very young skaters who are coming in, and some of the skaters are a little older as well, first time on the Junior Grand Prix. The beginning of any quad leading up to Olympic Games is always sort of a new adventure, a new era, a new next generation, if you will. And so you see a little bit, you don't see a pattern yet, you don't see stability yet because it's early on. So I think that because this is the beginning of the quad, we're going to see some, you know, up and down skating throughout the out the season, junior or senior, doesn't matter, because we've got a lot of juniors moving up into seniors. And so, you know, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But it's what happens over these 4 years, which is most interesting, of course.
And I think, as we've said before, with the new judging criteria, the sports, or the athletes, the coaches, the choreographers are all being tested in slightly new ways as well, which will play out differently as we see this early stage of the season. I'm sure towards European Championships, Four Continents Championships, Junior Worlds, and the Senior World Championships, the skaters will be more embedded in their awareness and knowledge of these new criteria, and then we can expect more consistency.
It's a really good point, Mark, because the details of that, I mean, first of all, the skaters are just trying to learn the basics of, you know, jumping, spinning, and whatnot. Forget about all the rules. That's the coach's job. Then the coach has to figure out, okay, how do I embed these changes into the development of this athlete, where I'm used to 5 components, I'm used to all these other little rules, and now I've got new criteria to work with. So I think it just takes a while for the coaching staff to get comfortable with it, and the same thing for the skaters. So particularly in the juniors, so because they're still learning, you know, just getting level 4 spins. They're still learning, trying to do the difficult triple jumps.
And the devotion for these young juniors, the devotion of their training time is so challenging. Many of these youngsters still have educations to pursue, and fitting in the development, just the fundamental development of skating.
You know, I really think, and it's one of the things that we're starting to consider in our local area where we're training skaters, is a skating school. That doesn't mean jumping school. That doesn't mean spinning school. That doesn't mean necessarily footwork school. That means skating school. Yeah. That's just the skating basics. And when you spend time on something you need as a foundation, you're going to get better with everything else. So you can't spend enough time on basic skating skills.
And I think for all the youngsters, it's that it can be slightly tedious. It can be repetitively boring to some of the youngsters who want to jump and spin endlessly. But yeah, I now have entered into that realm of the old boring man who says, no, we need to work on your basics when the youngster just wants to...
Yeah, you keep repeating yourself. You go, oh, now I get it. Okay, do we have another question?
So the next question, how long is the ice resurface?
Well, here, these are the best of the best of the best ice makers in the world, because 4 out of the 6 here are on the Olympic ice making team for short track and for figure skating. Here, I think they can do it between 7 and 8 minutes. Now, they have 2 Zambonis on the ice, but you don't see a blemish. The difference is, we talked about that today. Usually after 2 or 3 sessions, you would see some holes and some, you know, some gouges that might be kind of semi-filled in. You could have 5 synchro teams out there ripping up that ice, and these guys would have, without a blemish, within 8 to 10 minutes. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
It really is amazing, and just looking at this ice makes me want to skate on it. And I think for the non-skaters listening, it's a hard concept to wrap your head around, but so often you'll hear the skaters say, oh, the ice is so good, or, oh, the ice is terrible, I can't jump on this.
Yeah, yeah, and they're going, well, ice is ice.
Yeah,
ice is necessarily ice. So in your drink, it's ice. But when it comes to, you know, skating, there's different textures and qualities and temperatures, et cetera, et cetera.
And that's where we've been treated to not having to share the ice with any other disciplines like the speed or any hockey players who want the ice at a different temperature and a different texture to we the skaters like.
Absolutely. So that's the end of the questions from the audience. And my question is you know, you're a young dad, you're a star in the dancing on ice, and now a commentator and a coach and a choreographer. Busy life.
Yeah, yeah. You remind me how busy I am. Yeah, forever trying to juggle the challenges of being, forever wanting to be daddy and family man at home, and forever trying to manage the many aspects of my work. But like I said, so fortunate and so blessed that skating has given us these amazing opportunities to pursue, and I'm really fortunate that I've had the chance to perform for a long time. I think that's
absolutely. We thank everyone out there asking questions. Please bring more, and because that's content for us, and you know, we enjoy talking about skating. Please always remember to be kind to everyone. Even we can have differences of opinions. We can have strong opinions. That's fair. That's good. That's really good. No, not necessary to be mean or unkind. So let's try to keep in that frame, because that's what we work off of. Anyways, here we go. Group number 5 in the junior women's short program. First day of competition on the ISU Junior Grand Prix.
On the ice from Republic of Korea,
It was a Korean skater who opened proceedings at the start of the first group. And Yoo-jae Kim, the 13-year-old, will start this 5th group.
We've seen some spectacular skills in practice, and hopefully we'll see them now in competition. Skating to the Four Seasons by Vivaldi. Well, one small mistake, Mark, but some other brilliant skating.
Tiny but mighty. What an amazing skater. Obviously, very young athlete, and yet another who's so experienced and well educated. And we've seen triple axels from Yoo-jae Kim in practice, and I'm sure we'll get to look at that in the free skate.
And you can always be guaranteed that with the Korean skaters and the Japanese skaters, the basic skating skills, as we mentioned in the warm-up, are taught at the highest level. We saw that here. the technical elements, they can come and go with anybody. It doesn't matter what it is, but is the basis of skating there? Absolutely. We'll take a look at that. Here's some opening moves off the top of the program, getting connected to the music. Good speed and flow, some nice turns off the end of the edge into the double axel. Beautiful 1 foot work here on the landing.
And that double axel was so well phrased musically as well, which is one of the bullet points for the judges on the GOE. As we look at this triple lutz, triple toe.
Nice and clean on both landings.
And as much elevation on the second jump as the first.
And here comes the triple loop. This was a more challenging jump. Right there, under rotated, couldn't get the free leg back and has to put the hand down. And here's some of the step sequence.
And a little bit less depth of edge as some of the athletes and the skaters that we have seen so far. But what I was really impressed with here was the presentation and the facial interpretation even, as demonstrated just there. And that a real indication of the amount of work and development that has gone into this program. So many facets have to be covered, not just the technicalities of the likes of this combination spin, which demonstrates that great eye spin.
Finishing with that level 3 change combination spin. All the elements except for the loop, of course, in the plus GOEs.
So for me, presentation of the program, expressiveness and projection. Impressive from one so young.
Short program scores 60.87. That put UJ currently in second place.
Another skater from the home nation, Eve Dubec.
44.50, earning that 1 year ago here in Courchevel for the short program, skating the first piece of music to Little More Than a Boy by Stephen Price. Very nice spinner, some beautiful qualities.
Completely agree. Probably the fastest spinner that we've seen today so far.
And the beautiful triple loop, of course. Double axel was very nice as well. A little tired at the end of the program. Lutz was the start. You got, oh, okay. But boy, did she come back.
And that real testament to the character of the skater. And you know, what fascinates me is we've seen so many different skating nations at this event already. And obviously different teaching methods, different training techniques, and yet lots of very nice triple loop techniques from different influences and different approaches.
Well, let's take a look at some of the program. There's just some of the opening moves. Watch this triple Lutz here. Just too far back in the heel, breaks at the waist, free leg stuck forward. Here's this triple loop, just beautiful, straight and strong. Beautiful extension on the landing, soft knees, everything you want for a positive GOE. Here's a nice deep edges in some of the steps.
It was interesting, she took that cluster with loads of speed, very difficult to do the forward outside loop at such speed.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise.
I didn't expect that at that point with that level of speed coming into it. She had a summer camp in Chamonix this year.
Nice spread eco right up into the double axel, strong on the back, on the landing, nice.
Easy to go plus on the GOE of that element.
Nice little falling leap into.
This was brilliant. Not only the position, but the way she used her arms within it.
And beautifully centered as well.
Yeah, judges looking for good speed or acceleration during the spin. Controlled, clear positions, and effortless throughout. Those are the first 3 bullet points for the judges' grade of execution.
Level 4 in that last change combination spin. All the elements in the pluses except, of course, for the triple Lutz combo. Let's take a look at the scores for Eve Debec from France. 45.58. And that will put her currently to 11th place.
Which brings her currently 11th place. Next to skate from Latvia, Sofia Stepsenko.
Last minute wisdom from Olga Kovakova, the coach of the Latvian, taking to the ice, Sofia Stepchenko.
46.16, personal best last year at the Cup of Austria and the Junior Grand Prix. Skating here in Courchevel, week 1. Short program music, All Eyes on Me by Victor McKnight.
Sofia Stepchenko from Latvia. She chose to put the jump combination later in the program. A risky gamble, which when successful gives a higher base value to the element, but on this occasion, unfortunately, Sofia down on the triple lutz, which intended to be part of a triple lutz triple toe combination.
We could see the mechanics of that jump are there, but there was an error. A little bit of a lean too far forward, slips off the edge.
Good to see, though. Encouragement from the coach.
Probably see her in Riga.
I was just assuming that. I haven't checked the entry list just to confirm, but I assume that Sofia will be,
there.
The Grand Prix in Latvia.
Some 3 turns into the triple loop. Gets that free leg back in time to keep the feet underneath her, but not to hold the landing edge. Nice little bracket there. Step up double axel. Fights for the landing, soft knee. Nice steep edge as well. Here's a look at that lots later in the program. And really kind of over-rotated with her upper body a little bit. Didn't check out early enough on the sit spin. Nice and low. Nicely centered. There's that forward outside edge right there. Gets that feature. Difficult variation as well. Sit spin level 4 at the end of the program.
And in regards to the composition of the program, choosing to place the step sequence as the second element, a little bit novel, a little bit original. Composition of the program just slightly different to what we see and expect from most of the others.
The short program scores. Sofia 34.11. That'll be put Sofia Stepchenko currently into 16th place. These are your top 3 skaters so far in the event.
Another young skater, first time on the Junior Grand Prix, Enrico from Luxembourg.
Skating the short program here, week 1, 2022 Junior Grand Prix. To wishing you were somehow here again from the Phantom of the Opera. No, Mark, I just want to make a comment. You know, when you have such beautiful music as that, no matter whether the skater's top jump is a salchow or a double loop, but you see them paying attention to the music. You see them somehow touched by the music. I appreciate that.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's something that the judges have really pushed for in the new criteria, so hopefully that'll be rewarded for Enrico. And I think for me, her program component score is definitely much stronger than her technical capabilities. She's worked with Daniel Agiano and Agnes Sawadsky in Luxembourg, and they've cultivated good quality skating skills. You see her with Jorik Hendricks, who she worked with in the summer as well.
Let's take a look right at the opening here. You can see this patience with the movement. You can hear the music coming. It just takes the time and the detail of every choreographic movement that was provided for her. There's the double axel, of course, downgraded, landing forward on 2 feet. And here's the double loop, nicely done. Good flow on the landing. Watch that 3-turn, another 3-turn there. So kept the flow going through those sequence of transitions. Coming down the ice for the double lutz. There it is. Hands above the head, free leg back. Nicely done.
And that musically phrased to land in the crescendo in the music, which shows the attention to detail. And I really think that if you were to watch Ellie skating across the ice, you would assume there would be triple jump capability, but still in her development at the moment.
And you know, that's a really good point. That's what I thought when I saw the top of the program, is that this is just beautiful. I can see her feeling the music. I said, okay, what else do we have here? That's okay. We have doubles. That's fine. That's the stage of development. But really appreciate her work with the music and the choreographer, teaching her the patience.
Fascinating. This young lady speaks 6 languages, Ted. So she's obviously a very intelligent young woman.
And I'm bumbling over English.
Me too.
Here we go. Let's take a look at the scores for the short program. For Ellie, 34.33. And that'll put Ellie currently into 16th place. Never mind, Ellie. Beautiful skater, beautiful program. Wonderfully done. Wow, we can hear the fans.
Definitely a French skater coming. We've seen her all week training hard in practice at the venue Clémence Mayandou from France.
Clémence carrying such elegance on the ice. And hopefully throughout this program here in Courchevel. Well, interesting again, Mark, because you had the sense that this, well, she is a beautiful skater, no question, but you weren't sure what level of technical ability.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just have so much appreciation and respect for the posture, the beautiful backline, the beautiful neckline. She's so elegant across the ice. And that opening flying camel, it's coming up as just a level 3, but the speed, the positioning was just wondrous. And
I felt that she might have been just a little bit nervous because a little bit tight in warm-up or in practice sessions. You saw comfort and confidence on the ice, and still maybe not a high level technically yet, but a little tight.
Yeah, and I think the score that she's going to get here, the judges can't really reflect the potential. They have to judge what they see. But just here, the opening rocker, the body movement, beautiful. But then unfortunately,
here's the
triple
flip. Just yanks that takeoff a little bit, gets the upper body behind the back and has to go down on that element. The double loop, that's okay. It's still a little stiff on the landing.
But the content here, the wally jump and double axel, you can see the commitment to it. The same with the double loop. She changed edge, she did the back catch spiral. Commitment to going for good composition was there. The fingertip extension you can see there. A really classy skater, but as I said, that whilst I love what's being done with the program component scores, the judges can't give supremely high components for that performance based on the mistakes made. But definitely a beautiful skater.
Well, the potential certainly is there. The raw abilities is there. It just takes some development, of course. And you're going to gain more confidence when you land your jumps. You see this quite often. When a skater lands their jumps, they're so excited. They really perform and they feel comfortable. But when the jumps are an issue, the rest of the goodness of the program gets...
It's really, yeah. I mean, when we look at now the new presentation component, the first criteria is expressiveness and projection. It's hard to express and project when you're thinking, oh, man.
Yeah, and that's the emotional control for a competitor, and it's a difficult skill to learn, especially at an early age.
Clémence trains in Meribel, not far from here. We saw her from Monday onwards, at least, training in the venue. So, been a long week getting to this point. Hopefully, she can use the experience of being alongside the likes of Hana Yoshida, who at the moment leads the standings with a score of 66.56. Hopefully, being in that environment, training alongside that caliber of both technical element athlete and program component score athlete will help.
And just reading Clémence's face, you can just see just disappointment in her desire to show her elegance and her skating ability, and didn't materialize as she wished, but
we appreciate it.
No,
Thank you.
And we always say this, but it's because it's true, is that you only get better by those types of performances because you don't want them to happen again. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Clémence from France. 38.61, and that will put Clémence currently into 16th place.
Sarah Everard from the United States of America shares the same coaching staff as the current junior world champion, Ilya Malinin.
Skating the short program here to Call Me Cruella by Florence and the Machine.
Just trying to squeeze in the last feature in the Bielman as part of her layback spin. Otherwise great for Sarah Everard from the States. And the American team here, we saw them having dinner last night together as a group, and you can hear them supporting their teammates, which is really lovely to hear and see at this event.
And they're all dressed up. They've got sort of sparkles and all sorts of things in their head, cheering their team on. And that's part of being in the Junior Grand Prix for those teams that have a number of skaters there, building the camaraderie, the friendship, and supporting each other through the difficult times, of course, and celebrating through the good times. And great to see that team spirit by Team USA.
And Sarah particularly lucky not just to have her teammates here, but her parents are here as well. So getting to experience France with her family and with her friends, with her teammates.
Here's just some of the opening moves. We're going to take a look at this jump combination off the top of the program. This is huge. Watch this first triple toe loop. It's massive, great speed coming in. The challenge is on the second jump. Look at the speed off that pick. Ice coverage, really nice. Reloads, but doesn't get high enough or quick enough. Downgrade on the double toe loop. Then the triple loop comes a little bit later in the program here. Carry this on into the spin after. Look good, nice soft knees on that, and some steps into the change combination spin.
And I saw Sarah having a challenging practice yesterday, so it's really impressive to see that she's come out and delivered. And she did have such confidence using that great track, Call Me Cruella, something we saw Trusova skate and using way to her Olympic silver earlier in the year. And I thought Sarah really gave it some feisty grit, which the music required.
Yeah, nice crisp motions and movements near the end of the program. There's the double axel. Nice height on that. Lifted beautifully off the takeoff edge. Cleared that easily, and then into the layback spin, which is in at a level 3. So missing one of the features on that final element in the program.
No doubt, I'm sure it is massive inspiration for Sarah to train with Ilya Malinin, her coach with her, Tatiana Malinina. Former star with one of the hugest triple lutzes that we've ever seen.
And the very first Four Continents Women's Champion.
Yeah.
And that event came in, happened in Halifax in Canada. Let's take a look at the scores for the short program. For Sarah, 52.93. And that'll put Sarah Everhart from the United States into 6th place. And there's a look at the standings so far. After 5 groups, final group taking to the ice right now for the warm-up.
This final group of skaters. All of the athletes will have had a practice this morning. And then many, I'm sure, will have taken the opportunity to try and rest, but inevitably adrenaline levels and excitement will be high.
You know, and overall, we talked about this on one of the breaks, that it's certainly not to be critical, it's to be analytical, but you know, the skaters have not skated their best. Now, irrelevant of the level that they're at, they've all seemed to have trouble. We talked about sometimes in the building there's a sort of a negative vibe, and sometimes it's a positive vibe, and there's been some challenges throughout this program. My point is, it'll be interesting to see how they come back into the free.
Absolutely, and just like you say, you sense, especially because we're so lucky enough to be here on site, in location, in the venue, you can sense that tension, and sometimes the success breeds success, and there's an energy in the arena which only leads to personal bests abundantly from skater to skater.
They feed off each other.
Absolutely, and the first competitor that we had, So Jeon Yoon, she, to my mind, was tipped for great success here. She finds herself currently in 9th place with a difficult opener, and I think that may have paved the way for a little bit of a a gloomy energy in the vibe and a bit of tension for the athletes to follow. But let's see if this warm-up group can. Maybe they weren't even in the venue at that point. Maybe they had gotten the bus from the hotel.
I have to remember that one. Gloomy energy. That's a good one. That's good. You Scots bringing everything to the table, do you?
Let's hope we don't get too
okay, so let's
Scottish.
talk. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about you because I want the audience around the world to know a little bit more about you. And I've said that you're a choreographer and an ice dancer, of course, and a star on Dancing on Ice. I always want to say Dancing with Stars, but Dancing on Ice. And so that must be an interesting experience. But having been a competitor, transitioned into an ice show and skating with sometimes, people that don't skate, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, gosh, it's so fascinating to do that job and to work with celebrity skaters who have never skated before, and to share what we love, our sport. It's fascinating to share our sport with people that don't know anything about it, and it's fascinating to see how many people fall in love with it.
So you said celebrity skaters, you meant celebrities who then you have to teach to skate,
yeah, exactly.
to dance with, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating. We get to work with people from all walks of life, different sports people, business people, actors, musicians. Last year I skated with one of the Pussycat Dolls, an international superstar.
Yeah, that's too bad.
That's too bad. And yet they all come into our world as complete newbies, not knowing anything about it. And so often is the case that these people fall in love with their sport, which only serves to reaffirm to me how lucky I am to have found something that I love. As you have, you've been skating in the skating world for so long, and we still have this love for the sport. It's such a mesmerically unique thing that we get to enjoy.
Well, I skated when the judges carried stones with their scores on them, right? Chiseled out of the stone. Let's talk a little bit about your ice dance career. Now, you moved from single skating into ice dance. What was what made you do that?
I mean, for me, it's interesting, and this is where I suppose you said that when these athletes and these skaters have the difficult performances, that's when they can learn most. Although I adore skating, had so many challenges through my competitive career.
You couldn't learn from them, right?
Yeah, lots of learning ground. So I remember starting life as a single skater and suffering from injuries. And that prompted my switch late in life at about 19 years old to ice dance, and then trying desperately hard to pursue, to get to this level, this caliber of competition. And I managed to make a European and World Championships, but the sport is incredibly expensive. And I think for many of these athletes, their families' sacrifice and commitment to compete at this very elite level, depending upon the nation of the athlete, can be crippling.
Yeah. But how do you handle them? You're a young father now. You've got 2 kids coming up now. They may, who knows, they may take up log tossing or something. Who knows? But if they want to pursue this at the highest level, how, as a parent, do you not do everything you can to help them?
Well, that is such a fascinating question. I have an insight into how to be an elite level ice skater. Would I want my children to do that? I don't know. What I would want is that child would be able to learn all the glorious lessons that being an elite athlete has the potential to offer: hard work, dedication, discipline, goal-driven stuff. But I think also what you want for my children, certainly, and for all of these skaters, is to be good humans, to be really good humans, and to learn really how blessed anybody is here to be able to do this skating. Anybody here is really blessed to be able to just take part in this, even though it might feel like it's a chore at times. We're fortunate, really.
But if skaters are pursuing high performance skating here, other people go after high performance academics, high performance arts. Either way, you're pushing yourself to the limits, and so you want to push yourself to be the best they can be, and all the lessons learned along the way help you through life. And I think that is
absolutely,
important.
whether they're skaters or not. Absolutely.
Okay, here we go. Final group, Mark.
So the current leader of the event used Florence and the Machine as the music for her performance, as does Ella Chen from Israel.
You just took my line.
Oh, sorry, mate.
Okay, here we go. Go, Ella. Okay, you have a big smile on your face, Mark. You start.
Everybody's going to want to skate to Florence in the Machine, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that,
was
again,
delightful.
that was so much fun.
Yeah.
And you know, some people don't like lip syncing, but Ella was giving it. She was living it. And you know, whether you like it or not, the judges have to appreciate that she was musically sensitive.
Don't we always teach the athletes, like if you're having fun or you're into the program, then the audience is, and so are the judges. And she certainly was probably the athlete of the day that was most convinced or most convincing. Charming and delightful performance. Well done technically as well.
Absolutely, and shout out to choreographer Adam Blake and drawing out that character from her. It's just, like you say, when the athlete's having fun, we're having fun with her. Look at her giving it at the
totally,
beginning.
right off the top.
And that's impressive when she knows she's got 3 jumping passes to do that not many have succeeded with today, and she was...
Here's the triple flip. Good speed off that edge. Picked nice and clean on the landing, right up into the double toe. Looked beautifully done.
And selling it on the inside spread eagle after.
And again, good momentum coming off that back edge, straight up. Look how straight and tight and strong in the air. And then right into this nice layback. Level 4 with a nice plus GOE as well. Great Bielman. That skate's got to be right above the head. And it really is. Lots of flexibility in the back required.
Love this. And totally into character right in front of the judging panel, really playing into the new criteria, demanding that the judges reward her for the presentation.
And there's the double axel final element. Now, pure joy for the skater. Nice sit spin, nicely centered, good speed.
And it's interesting, isn't it, Ted? Because I've seen skaters, I think, with better skating skill and more mastery of the blade and command of their blade. But Ella's performance and then the presentation component score is the one that I'll remember.
It was all balanced, too. I mean, because her technical ability and her performance ability, her skating skill ability, there was nothing that was way out of whack. It was all pretty balanced. Let's take a look at the scores for Ella in the short program. Charming. Needs to be very happy with that performance. 53.14. He's a big smile. He covers them out. That was outstanding, Ella. Well done. And that puts you into 6th place.
Which places them currently in 6th place. From Thailand, Susisara Atamikun.
And another lesser known skating nation. Wonderful to see Supasara here from Thailand.
14 years old, skating the short program here. First Junior Grand Prix to life by an Audi. Well, you could see a smile at the end of the performance because really, no matter what the level of difficulty, that was a good skate for this young woman.
It seems like the Israeli skater Ella Chen has paved the way for a different energy in the arena, and we seem to have seen now 2 back-to-back almost personal best skates, and that's wonderful.
That was great. I mean, yeah, no question that the jumps are downgraded. We can see there are 4 under review. The axle, we'll see that in a second, is under-rotated, and probably one of the other jumps. No, I think just that, well, maybe the triple saw. I'm not sure. They're looking at that right now. We'll fill you in, but here is a look at the double axle. Watch the blade on the landing right there. That's forward. That's going to be under-rotated or downgraded. Here's a look at the triple Salchow double toe. But the point is, stood up on 1 foot, gets the free leg back. That's part of the development process. There it is, 1 foot landing. Yes, it's going to be downgraded, double toe loop. But the confidence to say, okay, maybe I can tighten up here, get a little higher, get all the way around.
And even if we go so far as to just acknowledge, like, as a life experience for this young human, she's 14 years old, she's come out to France, and she's just skated the, I suspect, as well as she possibly can at this stage in her career. That's a pretty core memory, like really cool core memory, and she deserves to now really be so proud of herself. Yes, there's loads of learning opportunity, and after the free skate tomorrow, depending upon where she's drawn to skate, there'll be a chance to really sit back, review, and watch some of the skaters that have got better qualities than her, but right now,
But
big pat on the back.
that was a good skate. You saw the smile at the end because that's what she can do at this point, and that's great joy to watch.
Yay.
Still thrilled. Absolutely. Good for you. Nicely done.
Wonderful stuff. I love scenes like this. Yeah, we're over here. And great that the live stream will allow friends of hers from
friends
other
and
parts of
family
the world.
from around the world. You know, and hey, look, this sport, folks, that when you're watching this and you see some skates, oh, wow, that skate's not very good, or that one's really good. This is so damn difficult to do. Pardon me, darn difficult to do. You don't realize it unless you put those blades on yourself and try doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I admire them all, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the scores for the short program. Good program from this young woman, 33.16. That'll put her in 21st place, but it is irrelevant of the numbers. This is what this young woman can do on this day.
Which places her currently into 21st place.
Nodding approval, and so she should. And maybe at the other side of the spectrum.
Yes, absolutely. And the next skater shares the same coach as the current leader, Mia Hamada. As a 14-year-old, Ayumi Shibayama takes to the ice.
Watch for the skating skills, the power, the speed, the changes of directions, the qualities throughout. Wow, excellent held landings. This young woman's delicate but powerful.
Absolutely. This final group really bringing it home with some brilliant performances. And interesting, Ted, you know the held landing as well. That made my notes too. Beautiful landing positions and consistency with the coaching team from Maya Hamada, her first student, really holding and sustaining that landing position, forcing judges to give that better grade of execution.
You young skaters out there that are watching this, watch the landings here. Now, you're going to do transitions later in life on these things, but for the moment, learn how to hold that back, how to hold the flow on that running edge, how to extend that foot and turn out the toe. It's quality, and you're going to get plus GOEs on that. So take a look at that in some of these replays. We see some beautiful movements right off the top of the program. And let's just slow this down a little bit here. Watch. Here's the triple Lutz. Nice and straight and strong and tight. Good flow between the two jumps. Watch the free legs extend, hold, wait. Beautifully done.
Absolutely. Same for this, the double axel. Reminds me of world champion Koichi Sakamoto's sustained right back outside edge. Yes, judges want to see transitions, but few things as glorious as a sustained.
And the same right here in this triple loop, gets the free leg back, holds the landing short. Sorry, I cut that short. And there's the combination spin. Nice positions.
And what's, to me, all the more impressive, Ted, is that Ayumi, glorious skating, such a different take on the program to Hana Yoshida, her training mate, and yet both brilliant in their delivery, in fitting in with what the judging criteria is. This program choreographed by former Japanese ice dance champion Kathy Reed, equally excellent, very different approach.
If Kathy's watching, a big shout out to her.
Yeah.
I worked with her for commentary in one of the senior Grand Prix finals, junior and senior Grand Prix finals. That was a great joy. Just wanted to mention about Mia Hamada. One of the things I most like about this coach, she's an elite coach, but she also works with the learn to skaters to be able to develop those young skills early on and follow them, make sure that they keep on the pathway for skill development. And not a lot of the elite coaches have time to do that.
Absolutely.
But it's very important to invest that time in your young skaters.
And you can see as she ran towards the student, the obvious investment she has in the lives of these young people.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the scores. A little hand holding in the kiss and cry and hoping for those numbers to be as desired. 67.09. That is first. Ayumi takes over the first place in this event. There you go. Both Japanese skaters. 1-2. Korean in third place at this point.
Next skater from Andorra, hoping to feed off the energy in the arena after those three brilliant starts to this group.
Second Junior Grand Prix season, 32.58 personal best, skating to Carmen.
Challenging skate for Paula Pereira from Andorra. That said, I think this skater gave more facial expression and energy towards the judges than any other that we have seen.
I really appreciate the fight on the landing. It's a little twisted in the air with her upper body, so it's not sleek and slim in the air, nice and tight position to rotate fast. So it has some work to do in that area, but still, wherever you're at in development, no matter what, if you fight for the landing, you're still going to get something out of that. So I really appreciate that hard fight on the landing, particularly the last two elements. And you can see the commitment to the choreography right off the top.
Yeah, real commitment, facially particularly.
And there's that double axel. Gets pretty much all the way around, but slips off that edge. And here's the double Lutz. You can see the twisted upper body. Gets the free leg back somehow. I don't know how, of course, downgraded on the double toe loop, but great fight.
Yeah, didn't give in after that fall on the double axel at all.
And there's the double loop too. You can see the upper body, the shoulder are up. So just a little work to do in that position in the air.
She has competed multiple times on the Junior Grand Prix circuit, so she has an awareness of what to expect. And she'll turn 18 later this year.
But it's interesting, the practice high season, only 10 hours a week in skating, and that may sound a lot to some of the viewers. That's not a lot for high performance skating. It's very difficult.
Maybe barely a half of what many of the skaters will be doing.
Yeah, entirely. A short program scores for Paula 23.78, and that will put Paula into 29th position.
Next to skate from Australia,
Representing Australia, born in Britain, with the Canadian coach strength side.
A long way to get here.
Yes.
Not easy, time change and everything. Skating the short program here in Courchevel, week 1 to Angel by the Wings by Sia.
not the skate that I'm sure Simona was hoping for. She's been practicing hard all week. We've seen her on the practice ice. She's been diligently training in preparation for this event. You can see there the frustration, the output on this occasion.
Yeah, it's you know, before the performance of any skater, you have this image of what you want it to be. And when it's a little less than that, of course, you're disappointed. There's the double loop. That starts out nicely. Good extension on the landing, so no problem to start the program. And here's a look. Triple salchow doesn't get all the way around, lands forward, gets the legs crossed, not on top. It has to go down. And that would be the root of disappointment. There's a change edge forward outside. That was nicely done.
I actually thought she had a wonderful arm line. Good use of the hands. Nice extension through the top line.
Nice elegance throughout this program. There's a change combination been level 3. Let's take a look at the double axle under rotated. And here's the landing watch right there. And 2 foot as well. So certainly a great reduction in the scores.
And just you can see a little less flow and glide of the blade, struggling a little bit with the clockwise rotation.
Stability, a little bit off.
Yeah.
And just, but hey, look, coming all the way from Australia. I wouldn't be walking straight, for sure. Yeah.
And that's the less tangible thing for the skaters to gauge. It's easy to recognize the differences in the technical element score. Sometimes that flow, glide, use of blade is a little bit.
Keegan Murphy, Canadian coach out of Vancouver, helping her here at the Junior Grand Prix. And we'll take a look at the short program scores for Simona. 28.63, and that will put Simona currently into 25th position.
The final skater of the women's short program from Switzerland, Livia Kaiser.
Livia, 17 years old. Will be skating the short program to The Feeling Begins from The Last Temptation of Christ. We could see some really nice qualities with this skater. Didn't necessarily skate her best, but that was a beautiful triple loop.
I think a young lady, a young woman to watch, certainly. There's so much potential here, so much quality. Such a shame about the opening triple loops. And I also felt that it was an unfortunate day with her spins today. She just seemed to snatch all the spin entries, and I think she'll struggle with the grades of executions and maybe drop a couple of levels that she might otherwise not have issues with. However, that said, like you mentioned, Ted, the visible potential for good quality, and she looks like a skater you can clearly envisage seeing on the senior circuit as well.
Yeah, lots of potential here. You mentioned about the spins, the laid-back spin, just got really big circles.
That rocker, and
look at the
left rocker. Oof.
Oh, it was right there. Gliding edge. Free leg got sucked forward, broke at the waist. Unfortunately, could have saved that with a little quick reaction to check out. But here's a nice little bracket there. Good flow off the end of this edge for the double axel. And that's to do a 3-turn out. Can't get the free leg back. So important that free leg starts a little earlier to stabilize the landing. Here's turns coming up with the triple loop. This was the best jump. Right there.
It's like the timing for the loop is just not quite sharp enough. Timing for the axle was a little better, just a double 3-turn, and then by the time she got to her third jumping pass, she'd settled into her jumping legs. You can see here, big back inside hook there before the layback, so it cut the speed a lot, and she'll have struggled to keep the GOE.
You can see those circles starting to travel across the ice, and a little bit bigger than you want. You want nice, tiny, small circles. That'll be and loss of balance there as well. I think quite a good spinner, but not on this day.
Yeah. Was fun to see, though. You can see the difficult exit that she's gone for there, that to try to secure the level 4, and that's what's going to be, I assume and hope, great to see this season. Skaters playing with intricate, difficult, and original exits and entries for that level 4.
They should get off that chairlift before it takes off.
Yeah, it's time to go.
It's amazing to stay in one spot. Let's take a look. The scores for the short program. 44.13. Olivia, 16th in the short program. A better skater perhaps than that. We'll see that, we hope, in the free program. And here's a look at the standings at the end of the women's short program here in Courchevel, day 1. 7 weeks of competition. And there it is.
So students of Mia Hamada, first and second, with just over half a point between them. Further down, the two French skaters back-to-back in 13th and 14th place.
And the Korean skater holding third at 60.87 points. And look at the rest of the field. Well, that was our first event together there, Mark. Really thoroughly enjoyed it. You're brilliant with your commentary and your observations, so thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for having me. So excited to be here with you and looking forward to seeing even more great skating as this week progresses and as the subsequent 6 weeks. But first, as the resurface takes place, we're going to have a little look at some more of the International Skating Union videos, starting off with the World Ice Skating Day again.
That's actually going to play during the men's.
Ah,
that's okay. That's okay, Mark. We're going to take a short break. The men's short program will come up at 1900 hours here in Courchevel. You won't want to miss that. 21 skaters from 16 countries for the ISU. For Mark Hanratty, I'm Ted Barton. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you stay with us or join us, rejoin us in just a few moments for the men's short program.
Hello everybody and welcome to the ISU Center of Excellence in Bergamo. My name is Franca Bianconi. I'm a figure skating coach and an ISU technical specialist. Today's topic will be the loop jump, which can be single, double or triple in any